Good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday midweek edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis on this summer July 16th day, where we'll have an all main track card for you horse players here at Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside Racing Rachel.
Hi.
Track announcer John Giulia. Great to have you with us. Main track walked in this morning, Rachel. It went from good to muddy to sloppy as we get closer to the 2:10 p.m. Eastern opener here, and we are off the turf course, which means no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3, but we'll navigate the sloppy track here for horse players on a Wednesday at the shoe.
Yeah, I was walking down here, and our Echo-based caller Craig was like, "It is still raining out there, sprinkling." I think it might have just stopped, but yeah, interesting weather. It's sunny one minute, then all of a sudden clouds roll in with these thunderstorms. It's hard to keep track of what's going on.
The only thing we know for sure is that there's a lot of construction in and around downtown Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I can certainly vouch for that, but great to have you with us here out at the track in Shelbyville for our racing program here. And we'll wrap up this little stretch of races on Thursday with a 2:10 opener. Hope you can join us on Saturday, big all quarter horse card Saturday, including some of those stakes races we've got as part of a 9-race program here on the weekend with purses over $500,000. So Saturday's going to be a terrific all quarter horse card kicking off at 10:45 a.m. Today is a 2:10 p.m. opener. For the official race day forecast, we know, Rachel and I know for sure we've got a sloppy track here to handicap everyone, but what do the weather gods have in store for us the rest of the afternoon? Let's go downtown. Speaking of downtown, navigating his way to the WRTV6 Weather Center. Chris, how are things looking for our racing program here on a Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Some scattered storms and showers will be around for the early afternoon hours. We'll have to dodge a little bit of rain. But the best news is that we get a window of dry time, especially through mid-afternoon and into the evening. Any widespread storms will hold off until later tonight, and I'm talking closer to midnight. If you're back tomorrow, temperature readings are in the mid to upper 80s, very similar to today. Scattered storms and showers in place, rumble, thunder, flash of lightning, and a brief heavy downpour, but no one day a washout. That's the best news. John, back to you.
No turf racing here today, Rachel just mentioned there. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that forecast from the WRTV6 Weather Center as we talk about a sloppy track here today. Things are going great for trainer John Harron.
They are.
Tapping another keg of Guinness after a hat trick of wins here on yesterday's card, especially teaming with Alberto Burgos, last year's leading jockey. He had 81 winners here a year ago, while Fernando de la Cruz tops the leaderboard going into our racing program here today. Certainly Alberto, when riding for John Harron, a jockey trainer combination to make note of in your program. Now, John had 4 horses entered today, but again, we are off the turf course, and we do have a boatload of scratches with the wet track. But with that said, going back to yesterday, congratulations, Alberto Burgos. Again, can he defend his jockey title? It's tough against the likes of Fernando and Joe Ramos, but he was certainly off to a winning start yesterday.
Yeah, I just decided let's just show Alberto's because, both of his are for, 2 of them are for John. Then we'll just show John's. But this was close. Bella's Prayer, Haddon, and Mr. Alberto Burgos. Gosh, look at that. You were going back and forth. I remember you calling this one going back and forth. Yeah, you really did. So very nice ride by him in that third race. Then we went to the next one with number 7, I Made It.
This was for Stephen Fosdick. So Alberto Burgos rides often, as is the case in today's racing program. You'll see for John Harron, who had that hat trick yesterday. Stephen Fosdick was on the score sheet here yesterday with this horse, I Made It, at the odds of 2-1. Enchanted Melody was the 7-5 favorite with the running rail. I Made It just kept grinding and grinding, got the victory. Another win photograph here yesterday. I Made It 2 on the card at this point for Alberto Burgos.
Yeah, and then we go on to the 8th race, number 6, Skibbity Riz. I love that you let Nathan, Gin, whatever, they came up with these. I tweeted, what about Ohio? That was what Ray was saying forever, Skibbity Riz, Ohio. So I have no idea, but Heron wins again.
Skibbity Riz, yes, yes, yes. 3 wins for John Harron on yesterday's card, and Alberto Burgos mopping them up with victory after victory here on Tuesday's racing fixture. Congratulations to John. And again, he's just been absolutely tearing it up. Unbridled Sabbath was another winner for him on yesterday's card. That under jockey Evan Roman in yet another photo finish. So certainly the photos, the lucky charms, the The four-leaf clovers were going the way of John Herron yesterday.
Not a speck of dirt on 'em.
Unbridled Sabbath holding on in the final strides. The gray just led the way.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, he was definitely up there at the beginning, which, you know, it's kind of evening out, I feel like, ever since that really speed favoring. Oh, just hold on. Woo!
Yarmari Correa was on the runner-up, did not miss by much.
Yamari.
Unbridled Sabbath, one of those three winners on yesterday's card for John Herron. We'll see if we can keep the momentum going into our racing program here today. An all-main track card, as we mentioned. And again, we are off the turf course, so there's no
Just managing wire-to-wire scripts again.
No horseshoe hat trick, all turf.
You know, he's like Ricky. No, it's not Ricky. It's Anchorman. If I saw in the script, John will bring. I'm the same way. We'll bring it up.
I know for sure. I don't need a script to tell me that Wednesdays are for winning for all of
Warriors.
you. Racing Rachel's Warriors contest. Yesterday we wrapped up the jockey agent contest for 2025. Congratulations to William Hartzler, was an online player, picking up the lion's share of the $1,500 prize money that we featured in our Tuesday contest through the spring and summer. That was jockey's agent today. This is for you on-track players. So if you're joining us here up in the clubhouse, just make your way over to the elevator, go down one floor, pick up your free tip sheets there in the first floor OTB from Racing Rachel, Brian Aragoni, and quarter horse racing expert Martha Clausen, who'll be joining us here for the big all quarter horse card stakes laden here on Saturday, kicking off at 10:45 a.m. But heads up, all you Racing Rachel's Warriors, here's the contest today, and your contest, named after you, goes all the way through the final month of the meet.
Yep, 100 for first, 75 for second, and 25 for third. This is one of the only ones left that you must be here on property to play. Sign up downstairs at the program counter.
Saturday kicks off here, as we mentioned, today and tomorrow, 2:10 post time. No live card here. On Friday, of course, you start talking about Saratoga, Del Mar. You can always go to the first floor OTB, and maybe you also want to play some roulette or blackjack, whatever tickles your fancy. There, the video poker machines, Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino is open 24/7, but we'll have no live racing here on Friday, but back with a big quarter horse card here on Saturday before our summer break between the 21st through the 27th there, through that following Sunday. But over $500,000 in purses. They're going to be for the kids. You've got the bounce house will be here, face painting, food trucks, the debut of Iconic Coffee, which also serves dirty sodas, Racing Rachel. Martha Clausen will be here, of course, the nationally known quarter horse racing
the food
analyst.
Trucks are dirty, to be honest with you.
Just we're at the racing. Don't make
Sorry, don't make me laugh. That's like an inside joke between me and John. We like read all the lists of the food trucks and we were like, okay. But yeah, really great day. Martha's going to be here. We've only got 9. Gosh, what are we going to do? Let's find somebody with a boat or let's go downtown. Me and you. I don't have any kids this weekend.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
And we actually have no races on Sunday.
And we don't have
Summer
race
break,
on Sunday.
21st to
And then
26th.
and then we have a whole summer break. I didn't put it on the script either, but I didn't realize we need to congratulate.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you did.
Yeah, I
you,
mentioned
you,
it. Yep.
okay, good.
Give a shout out to William.
Yeah, good. And then, so back to before I got red ballooned there, squirrel. Live racing will commence after this week, July 28th. And we've got some really fun events coming up after that. We've got some good handicapping contests. We've got Beat the Bot. We have BA's Hat Trick. That's 4 weeks in August. And we also have the Grayson Grass Challenge. Can't wait.
Yeah, you're a part of that.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out. B, obviously, Gene McLean, Scott Ehlers, Jenna Otten, Nick Luck, me, Ellis, and Dan are going to all be raising money for the Grayson Jockey Club Equine Research. It's so important, kind of a preventative research deal that they have going over there. Jamie does a great job with it. So we're very happy to be a part of that to raise money for equine research.
Yeah, Scott from the Daily Racing Forum, Ella Starr from Equiways, they're always stuff, and of course our friend Dan from America's Best Racing. We appreciate all taking part in this handicapping lineup. In fact, yesterday I saw that it was the Grayson Foundation actually posted on X and mentioned about the contest back again for this year in 2025, and I know you're excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, Jenna beat me, and she was so proud of herself. She was like second to Scott again or something. Who won? Scott, I think, last year. But yeah, so let's see if my girl Jenna can out handicap the thoroughbred handicappers, which she seemed to have a really good job doing. Love to see that Dan's back in it. Very excited to raise money for that.
And then we mentioned after this Saturday's big all-quarter horse card, there'll be no live racing on Sunday, this Sunday through the following Sunday. We'll be back a week from this Monday in racing action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So hopefully if you're like me, just check out the fridge magnet and see when you are due here, not only to work, but to join us for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And as we go forward to the next month, we've got a terrific event coming up here. We've added a Friday night racing program during the 8th of August. That'll kick off at 6 o'clock here at Silks and Roses, and for a very special cause, and we hope to have a lot of the racing fans joining us here at the track that night.
All right, yeah, it's a really, really exciting day, and I found out that Caden added to the list for the handicapping. We're going to have lots of fun here on this day, first post 6 p.m. Everyone loves night racing. Every time last Saturday, it was good. Wonderful, wonderful list of activities here today for the Silks and Roses, and can't wait to get all of my female handicappers together who are going to try to raise money for Indiana Women in Need. But wonderful activities, wonderful day, good giveaways for the ladies of it.
Speaking of ladies, Darby Cullifer, terrific intern from the U of I, joining us this summer. Darbs will be leaving soon, so too Nathan Klein, the University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program intern, has been calling some races. He'll be on the card earlier today, too, to call a couple. But we've got Nathan's notes here for a Wednesday racing program at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
I just thought maybe that double.
We've got no turf racing and a sloppy track.
Yeah, you know, we were talking, he's going to handicap a race tomorrow, and I told him, you know, you don't always have to have the gimmicks of the names and stuff. Just pick what you want. But I love when he does it, though. And I'm not saying for his notes and stuff, it's so fun. Yeah, yeah. But today, the no double, race 2, no hard feelings, and race 6, no more fake news, the Trump named horse.
No more fake news.
No more fake news.
No more fake news.
Race 5, top 4 finishers in the check your flag handicapped return for this race. I saw this and I was like, that's when you get a couple exiting the same race, but 4 and it's a handicap. Definitely good eye there, Nathan. But first was number 4 Crosley. Second, Dead Heat for the Pataki Kid and Lil Jen in class. And then Imagine the Moon, the 6. 5 of 6 horses in this race ran in the checker flag handicap, including Akati Flatter.
Yeah,
good job, Nathan, on the notes today.
Yeah, we'll have call a couple of races here today on our 9-race all main track card. As you note, it's sloppy and we're off the turf course. And so with that, obviously no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. The time where we like to give thanks to our sponsors here for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis here in 2025. Woodford Reserve, Tequila Aradora, Breed Development. Also back with us as our Winner's Circle sponsor, Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. 765-361-8803 to reach out to them. B&H Electric, they are our tote board and starting gate sponsor. Love watching those replays. You see that giant sign, B&H Electric. I mean, right there when the drone gets a good shot of our starting gate here. So that's certainly some great signage and promotion for them. They've got locations here in town in Seymour and Bloomington, where Darbs goes back to school there at the U of I. www.bh.
IU.
Oh, IU. What is it?
U of I.
University of Illinois.
Yeah, don't shoot her. Don't shoot her short. The girls at IU.
Yeah, not a fan of the University of Illinois. Also, Indiana's Giant Hubler. They've got locations in town and in Franklin. DriveHubler.com. And as we mentioned all the time here on the pre-race show, just drop Racing Rachel's name, and maybe you can get a discount on a new car there, a new truck, or supplies there for Indiana's Giant Hubler, Shelbyville, Franklin, DriveHubler.com. Social media, we've got you covered too. On X, you can reach out to me at John G. Dooley. We'll keep you up to speed as far as the track conditions go. It's been all sorts of good to muddy to sloppy.
Yeah, we've had it all, but it has been. I love the way that we've gotten some nice firm days, and hopefully they will continue.
Track-wise, we've got you covered too, not only on X, not only on Instagram, but subscribe to our YouTube channel, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Good freeway there just to check out our race replays and check out some video content.
And live. You can watch the track live. It was really helpful today.
Watch the storms roll in and roll out.
And you can also see how wet it is. Make your own assessment.
All right, so 31 minutes away from the first of the day. On that note.
That one snuck up on me, guys. I'm so sorry. Normally I can hold them in.
The
I'll be right back to talk to you guys about the early pick.
We're done. Have fun. Bless you.
I'll be right back. Bye for now.
Wow, tissue.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary
Jack
awaits.
Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second half of Wire to Wire. We're going to talk about the early pick four sequence here today. We're going to start in this race, 28 minutes to post, with a 3-year-old nut maiden claiming for 5,000, 5.5 on the dirt. We do have a couple of scratches in here, the 4 and the 6. Not sure how deep you want to go in a 5-horse field, but the morning line favorite, the 7 Don Corleone, looks really good here for the Asmussen boys, Steve and Keith, coming out of a May 8th try on Churchill, going down, maiden claiming for 20. Now, didn't do much there. Had a couple of nice races on turf, but they did enter this horse on dirt. We're on the slop, hasn't ran on wet dirt, so that's a bit of a question mark. If you want to go against that one, I think Millard a Maverick also looks good here from the Rob Dobbs barn, coming off a second place finish. And then also the 3 Decatur Street Morales aboard for Savarades. And he's never ran on the wet dirt either. So this is going to be an interesting opening race, honestly, even though there's only 5. Could go any which way there. Another maiden claiming here for 5,000, 5.5. The favorite is the 1 Funding Source, another Asmussen trainee, and Keith up here today. They're bringing this one and dropping it from maiden claiming for 16 to 5. And then other than that, I like the 5 as a little bit of a long shot. Has a 3rd on an off track. Good track last time on June 7th and ended up 3rd, kind of a best of the rest situation. But Ray Paquette's been hot. He's had 2 winners this week, or 1 last week and 1 this week, I believe. But within the last 7 racing days, he's had a couple of nice winners. So definitely mark Ray down because he's heating up. The 3rd leg of the pick 5 is a filly and mare 3-year-old nut claiming for 7,500. They're going a mile and 70. This 4 is out of here. 6 gets the morning line. I kind of like the 2 a little bit. Stupendous here. Jose Gutierrez aboard for Donna and Carter Riley. This is a 6-year-old mare coming out of a conditioned 10,000 claimer and now dropping down to 7,500. So a lot of key drops in these first few sequences that could really be tough to figure out if you want to nail one horse and keep that one there or not. But no more fake news as well. Heron, who is hot, as well as Burgess, definitely have a good shot here. Moving down in distance, moving down in class. A couple of really close finishes with the 3rd, likes the distance. So that one's probably going to be pretty low odds. And then the 4th leg kind of got taken out because it was a mile. It's an Indiana bred, 3-year-old and up, allowance optional, claiming for 25. I'll just tell you who's left in there. Just the 2, 4, and then from what I got last, the 9 scratched. Let me just check on that. But I think the 8 and the 10 are still going to be in the 4th race. Yes, as far as I know, that's what's going on. So we got an MTO in here, Ice Express. I definitely include that one. I think the 2 or the 4 probably going to end up as the favorite. A 2nd and 3rd place finish on an off track for Kingsbury Road, the 4 with Louis Contreras aboard for Bob Gorham, who've had a nice couple of, gone together for some nice races here in the last 2 weeks of racing. And then let's go on to the anchor of the pick 5, which is race 5, an Indiana bred filly and mare 3-year-old allowance. I think, honestly, Lil Jen in class is hard to go away from with Mitchell Merle aboard, because the last 2 times he's ridden this one, he got the leg up. They've had a really, really nice couple of races. He was so close, less than a length off of Crosley for the win in the checkered flag. Now, Crosley is in this one, and as Nathan said in his notes, these horses have definitely all four of these horses have been in the checkered flag. Now, Akati Flatter is out of this race, but still a very nice group. The Kid Pataki, Shanghai Express. These horses, Imagine the Moon, they've all been racing against each other in this group. It's kind of a toss-up as to who's going to get what they want that day, but 3 out of 7 on wet dirt for Crosley. And, 11 out of 12 in the money finishes for Lil Jen in class, which is why I put that one on top here in this 5th race. So that is the early pick 5 sequence. Definitely get your bets in early. We'll show Brian's early pick 5 ticket in the graphics prior to race 1. But it is a pretty interesting one with a lot of horses dropping down, some bottom level maidens, and then a little bit shorter of a field in the allowance, but some good options there, maybe for an upset. We're 23 minutes to race 1 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck on the Wednesday card.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races card and an all main track card. We're off the turf course. Main track label sloppy as we draw closer to the opener. If you have your programs near, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. As noted, all main track card. Here's scratch number 4, Clay B Even Money, and the 6 Ultimate Fighter. First race maiden, scratch the 4 and the number 6. A scratch from the second race. This maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Number 4, Total Class, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Total Class, from race 2. After that maiden sprint, in the third, do it 312. Scratch number 4, CFV 2 Brutus. With a scratch, no superfecta wagering. There's that wagering note. No superfecta. Scratch number 4, CFV 2 Brutus, from race 3. On to the fourth we go. Fourth race is off the turf course. This race will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Jailhouse Justice. Number 3, Anchorman. 5, Who's Your Daddy Now? Take out the 6, Jeopardy Theory. Scratch 7, Backyard Justice, and number 9, Double Dog Justice. With those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, all main track card, thus, no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. To recap, no show wagering, no trifecta, superfecta, all turf pick 3. Win place, exacta, double, and a pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. Scratch the 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, and the number 9 all have been withdrawn. Race 5 of our 9 here today in this sprint. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. Number 1, Akati Flatter, has been withdrawn by Randy Klopp. No superfecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch the 1, Akati Flatter. The 6th race, another off the turf course here today. The 6th race maiden for the 2-year-olds will now be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch the 6, Dewey's Denali, the 8, Donike, and the 10, Wishmaster. Scratch the maiden juvenile sprint, the 6, 8, and the number 10. Number 1, Gosh Sakes, a change of jockey to Adam Beskitza. Adam Beskitza on number 1, Gosh Sakes. Number 5, Dreaming Smart, is 1 pound over the listed program weight. And then note number 4, Daunted, is a first-time gelding. That should be marked in your program FTG, the designation for the 4 Daunted first-time gelding debuts in the maiden juvenile. On to the 7th race we go. Here in this maiden sprint, scratch number 7, Deputy City. Number 7, Deputy City, has been scratched. The 1, Going Sense, a first-time gelding. The number 1, Going Sense. Scratch the 7. Race 8, one of the 3 taken off the turf course. This maiden will now be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch the 2, Bois Blanc. 3, Keely Jones. Take out the 6, Ume, and 7, Sugar Mama. There'll be no 10-cent Grand High 5 featured. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch the 2, 3, 6, and the number 7. And note 9, Miss Candy, is marked in your program L1. L1, the designation, first-time Lasix for 9, Miss Candy. That's marked in the program. And in the 9th, closing the card with a quarter horse allowance dash over the 3:30. Approximate post time 6:15. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 8, HF Just Reno, adds 3 pounds to the listed program weight there. Clouds and Sun, mid-80s. We're off the turf course, all main track card. And with 10 minutes to the opening maiden sprint, the main track label sloppy. Horses in the walking ring. 2:10 post time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called postward for the first race. Starting the card with a maiden sprint over the 5.5 furlongs here, a field of 5. Scratch the 4. Claim Be Even Money and the 6 Ultimate Fighter. 5 run. Scratch the 4 and the 6 from the race card. No superfecta wagering. Race 1 features Exacta Trifecta. Double pick 3. Maiden sprint to start the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track sloppy as noted. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track sloppy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden sprint, Orlando Mexica with Milton Maverick, the first of 5 in. Joe Ramos, the Irish Ranter, coming up. Loads 10-1 on the Irish Ranter. Joins Milton Maverick. Josh Morales with Decatur Street. Here at 5.5 furlongs. 2 back. Joseph Romero with Kenny Como. Out to 22-1. Don Corleone 3-5 favorite. 1 more. Keith Asmussen with Don Corleone. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track sloppy to start the card. They're in the gate. Hawaiian running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for the Irish Ranter. Nearest the inside, Milton Maverick making a dash for it, and Don Corleone strides up on the outside with an early bid as they make their way toward the half-mile pole where Don Corleone has come away in front for Keith Asmussen. The Irish Ranter's now back in third. It's 1 more to Decatur Street, who's running second to last and beaten for pace. Tanny Como trails here in the Wednesday opener. They enter the far turn. The favorite led. It's Don Corleone. The quarter in just over 22 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Don Corleone. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Pursuing. Nearest the inside, Milton Maverick with the Irish Ranter and Decatur Street joins on the far outside. Milton Maverick has the purple cap as these maidens splash for home. Tanny Como is last of the 5. Into the stretch, it's Don Corleone. Milton Maverick with the rail on the outside Decatur Street. The Irish Ranter's back in 4th. Tanny Como's the distant. 1 furlong to go. Milton Maverick pushing through. Up the rail for Orlando Mexica to take the lead. Decatur Street's now second, and Don Corleone is back into third. It's Milton Maverick. Milton Maverick has won by 2. Decatur Street was second. Don Corleone finished third. .105.27 after the maiden sprint on a sloppy track. 1-3-7-2. 1 Milton Maverick at 8-5 first. Number 3, Decatur Street. 5-2 was second. Number 7, Don Corleone was third. And 2, the Irish Ranter fourth. There was no superfecta featured. 1-3-7-2. Here's the slow-mo. Milton Maverick. This was his 12th career start. Rob Dobbs Jr. for Milton R. Selden Revocable Trust, Scott Selden. With Orlando Mexica, Milton Maverick, the second favorite home. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 1 official, number 1, Milita Maverick under the hands of Orlando Mejica. Milita Maverick is a 4-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Unified. And a Greeley's Comet by Greeley's Conquest. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for Millard R. Selden, revocable trust of breeder owner Scott Selden. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Milita Maverick out to the maiden ranks. First results in. 1-3 Exacta paid $10.40. Don Corleone ran third. The 50-cent trifecta 1-3-7, $4.45. There was no superfecta featured. The 4 and 6 were the non-runners. Favorite third. 5 ran Sloppy Trek 105.27 after the first of the day. 23 minutes away, race 2 in this maiden sprint. Second race, number 4, Total Class, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Total Class. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track sloppy. Post time for the second race maiden dash, 2:42. In all cases, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Sloppy track. Hope you had a bet on Milita Maverick. Hawaiian running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for the Irish Ranter. Nearest the inside, Milita Maverick making a dash for it, and Don Corleone strides up on the outside with an early bid as they make their way toward the half-mile pole where Don Corleone has come away in front for Keith Asmussen. The Irish Ranter's now back in third. It's one more to Decatur Street, who's running second to last and beaten for pace. Tanny Como trails here in the Wednesday opener. They enter the far turn. The favorite led. It's Don Corleone. The quarter in just over 22 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Don Corleone. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Pursuing. Nearest the inside, Milita Maverick with the Irish Ranter and Decatur Street joins on the far outside. Milita Maverick has the purple cap as these maidens splash for home. Tanny Como is last of the 5. Into the stretch, it's Don Corleone. Milita Maverick with the rail on the outside Decatur Street. The Irish Ranter's back in fourth. Tanny Como's the distant. 1 furlong to go. Milita Maverick pushing through. Up the rail for Orlando Mejica to take the lead. Decatur Street's now second, and Don Corleone is back into third. It's Milita Maverick. Milita Maverick has won by 2. Decatur Street was second. Don Corleone finished third.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
You try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Cheneveli. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
We are 11 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we do have a bottom level maiden claiming event for you guys here today, 5.5 furlongs. We have a scratch of the 4 in this 7-horse field, and I'm going to go with the rail, even money on funding source. But, I mean, just look at this Asmussen trainee, a 3-year-old filly who there's really not a lot of speed in this race, you guys. Last time she was in a maiden claiming for 16. They put her at Oaklawn in May, and she was in a maiden claiming for 50. Then he dropped her to 20. Then he put her at 16. Now, if you look back, those were 1 mile and 6 furlongs. If you look back at the debut at Houston, this horse was beaten by a little over 2 in a straight maiden at 5.5. So we're going back to 5.5. And this filly is dropping down to the bottom level, maiden claiming 5. She gets the inside on a dirt track, going short, which hopefully if she can get a little bit more forwardly placed than she has. She's been on the outside, though, in almost every single race she's ran. She was kind of mid-pack and 2 back, but this is the first time she's drawn the inside. So I like the mix-up of all of this stuff that we're doing here, and who can go wrong with as I said, the Asmussen boys here, Keith and Steve, son Keith in the irons for father Steve Asmussen on the drop. And then I'm going to go to the 5. Brouhaha. I feel like that's a technical term. Brouhaha, the 5 is 5-1 right now on the tote board. And this is a 4-year-old filly who's making her 7th lifetime start. Now, I've got Ray's name highlighted here as a hot trainer. He's had a nice couple of wins in the last 2 racing weeks, including one, I do believe, yesterday. Ramos is in the irons for him here today. Obviously, a high percentage jockey. He's good in mating. His percentages and numbers are good. Rays are in mating claiming, and he was 3rd last time. It was a best of the rest situation, but it was at the distance, and it wasn't a good track. It was on a track with some moisture in it. We'll see how this filly takes it, but looks like she's laid back and not minding my Orlando Jr. Saddling her. She's really looks like a nice, well-behaved filly. Love the pink too, Ray. Just love the pink. Let's go to the 7. I had to throw this one in as the late scratch of the 4, but no hard feelings. Well, we probably got it earlier, but I was on the show and dealing with some things. So I did not know. I just last minute changed it to no hard feelings, but I like no hard feelings. I'm just a little nervous about an off track because she has ran 3 times on the slop too, not just a good track like my 5. This horse has ran on the slop and doesn't seem to like it. However, this is a key drop, too. This is a big drop down in class. She's going from a maiden claiming for 12.5, which she's predominantly ran that, and she's going down to maiden claiming for 5,000. So she's down for a nickel, lowest she's ever been. Usually that's a big difference. She's ran here plenty of times, knows the track, tried Turfway, didn't like that, and is coming back here to Indiana. We'll see if we can't get her close again. Now, when she did get 2nd, she went for the lead there, and she ended up dropping back for 2nd. So definitely one that I would include is the 7 in there. And I put her in for my try. 157 for me here in the second race, or just 7 minutes to post. But I've got the Asmussen gentleman on top with the 1 here. Founding Source. Good luck.
horses on the track for our second race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is the start of our 50-cent pick 3 for races 2, 3, and 4. Scratch the 4 total class, a field of 6 for today. Good luck. Horses have reached the starting gate and we're beginning to load. First in is your heavy favorite, Funding Source. Copper Chrome, number 2, next in line. Catalea. Brouhaha. The Gray White Dove. And last to load will be No Hard Feelings. All in. And we're off and racing. Copper Chrome gave a bit of a head start, already 8 lengths behind the leaders. Catalea to the early lead by half a length, with Brouhaha in second. On the inside, it is number 1, Funding Source, stalking in third. Then it's White Dove with No Hard Feelings, and Copper Chrome is detached early on as we go down the back stretch. Catalea just ahead of Brouhaha. It's a gap to Funding Source. Moving up, there goes White Dove. White Dove right into third place in chase. 22.07 seconds was the opening quarter. Catalea's lead is now a small one. Brouhaha in the pink is right behind with White Dove just a length. Then it's Funding Source on the inside in fourth with No Hard Feelings, and Copper Chrome is still last as we hit the top of the stretch. It's 3 of them across the track to the inside. Catalea sandwiched between horses. Brouhaha, and on the outside White Dove is now in front. Funding Source has gone to the outside chasing after White Dove. White Dove in front by 2 lengths. Funding Source has got to get a move on. White Dove in front. Funding Source trying late, but they can't catch White Dove, who wins by a length. Funding Source was second, and then in third, Catalea with Brouhaha and No Hard Feelings. Copper Chrome trailed 105.89 seconds. Unofficial top 4. First, number 6, White Dove. Second, number 1, Funding Source. Third, number 3, Catalea. And fourth, number 5, Brouhaha, 6135. Entering the winner's circle is your official winner for race number 2, number 6, White Dove. This is a 4-year-old gray-roan filly by Violence out of a Tisway Wet mare, Tisway That Way, owned by Casares Racing Stables LLC, trained by Joe Davis, and ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. Congratulations to all. We will have payouts in just a moment. Your winner now 1 for 9 lifetime. White Dove paid $8.80 to win, $3.80 to place, and $3 to show. Funding Source, $3.80 to place, $2.60 to show. Me Catalea, $5.40 to show. The $2 exact to $25. The 50-cent trifecta, $34.15. The $2 double, $22.20. The 10-cent superfecta, $22.64. 64 cents. The finishing time, 1:05.89 seconds. Scratch the 4, 6 participated. Post time for race number 3. In 22 minutes, there will be no superfecta wagering for this race. Field of 5. Good luck. And we're off and racing. Copper Chrome gave a bit of a head start, already 8 lengths behind the leaders. Me Catalea to the early lead by half a length, with Brouhaha in second. On the inside, it is number 1, Funding Source, stalking in third. Then it's White Dove with No Hard Feelings, and Copper Chrome is detached early on as we go down the back stretch. Me Catalea just ahead of Brouhaha. It's a gap to Funding Source. Moving up, there goes White Dove. White Dove right into third place in chase. 22.07 seconds was the opening quarter. Me Catalea's lead is now a small one. Brouhaha in the pink is right behind with White Dove just a length. Then it's Funding Source on the inside in fourth with No Hard Feelings, and Copper Chrome is still last as we hit the top of the stretch. It's 3 of them across the track to the inside. Me Catalea sandwiched between horses. Brouhaha, and on the outside White Dove is now in front. Funding Source has gone to the outside chasing after White Dove. White Dove in front by 2 lengths. Funding Source has got to get a move on. White Dove in front. Funding Source trying late, but they can't catch White Dove, who wins by a length. Funding Source was second, and then in third, Me Catalea with Brouhaha and No Hard Feelings. Copper Chrome trailed.
We're 11 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a claiming for 75. This is for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. A mile and 70. The 4 is out of here. Brutus. That leaves us with 5 betting interests. The favorite right now is the 6. At 3 to 5, I get that. I'm going to try to beat the 6 with the 6-year-old mare, so I can see how old she was. Stupendous. And this time she gets Gutierrez aboard the bug boy, and I was just noticing he's been riding really well lately. Jose Gutierrez. He's riding here for Donna Riley. This horse has been running in 10,000 claimers. Then June 7th was in a 12.5 and was beaten by just a neck going a mile and 70, today's distance. And it was on a good track, so it had rained. May 21st, won at maiden claiming for 12.5, non 2. So it's still in here in this class and drops down. Also has the, this horse, it seems like if she gets kind of the break that she needs, obviously, I mean, the break is pretty important in all racing, obviously a little bit more than quarter horses, but she's been on the inside the last 3, and it seems like she's had a little bit of trouble the last time getting out. The 2 before that, when she was in the lead, were her 2 best, most recent races. So if that early running style, which it's not super consistent, but if that early running style pans out for her at the start of this race, I really like the 6-year-old mare, Stupendous, for the upset. And then we'll go to the 6, the favorite, No More Fake News, owned and trained by John Hedden, who's coming off a training triple yesterday. He is in Fuego, hit the $1 million mark in earning this year. Hot. He has Alberto Burgess aboard, who also rode 2 of his 3 winners yesterday. This one's, if you look back to some of the races at the end of the year, I feel like she's kind of a horse that needs a few. However, she has had some close ones. They've been some nice third place finishes on June 3rd and then June 19th and July 3rd in a claiming for 10 and a claiming for 12. In that race, Timeless Glory was in 2 back with her. This is just a really nice 6-year-old mare bred by Gary Patrick, true veteran in Indiana racing. But she definitely has the best speed last race, not a huge number, but does look good here. And then I'm going to round it out with the 3, Greatest Moment. Alex Ashard is aboard here for Joe Davis, who's looking for a 2-win day here after winning the last race with Fernando de la Cruz. Alex Ashard here for him on the class drop as well, coming again, claiming for 12.5 down to 7,500. And if you look, this is kind of similar to my 2 here. Ran in similar races as Stupendous 2 out and No More Fake News. That one was a mile and a 16th where she got 5th. But if you go back to the mile and 70, was 2nd, beating a neck in there. Keen Eyesight is not in this race now, so I think Greatest Moment has a good shot here in this race. Right now, set on the board at 4-1. 263 for me. I'm going to try to get the upset pulled off here with the 9-5. Stupendous on top. Good luck.
Horses on the track for our third race today. Start of a 50-cent pick 3 for races 3, 4, and 5. Scratch the 4, CFV 2 Brutus. Brings us down to a field of 5 for this $7,500 claimer, which means no superfecta wagering for this race. Mile 70 furlongs the journey. Mile 70 yards the journey. Good luck. The horses have now reached the starting gate for race number 3. We will be loading shortly. First in, Cinderella Story. Stupendous. Greatest Moment. Timeless Glory. And only one more to go. And that's your even money favorite, No More Fake News. All on. Ready for the start. And we're off and racing. Stupendous, Sharp, already a length in front, but going after them, Timeless Glory. And No More Fake News is 3 wide. Cinderella Story to the inside, and Greatest Moment trails early on as we are going into the first turn today. It is Stupendous with Jose Gutierrez in front by 3/4 of a length. Moving up 1 placing to move up to 2nd place, it is going to be the favorite, No More Fake News with Alberto Burgos. Between horses, Timeless Glory with Gina Lucille. The opening quarter in just a hair under 24 seconds. It's a gap of 4 lengths to Joe Ramos and Cinderella Story, and another 3 lengths back to Alex Achard and Greatest Moment to conclude the field. It is Stupendous still in front by 3/4 of a length, but No More Fake News is right behind. Only 2 lengths more to Timeless Glory, and then in 4th place, Cinderella Story. 47.86 was the half a mile. Greatest Moment is about 6 lengths off these leaders as we are now rounding the far turn. The field's bunching up. Stupendous still in front, but No More Fake News continues to encroach. They're only a head behind as we are about to approach the quarter pole. In front, No More Fake News. Timeless Glory tucked in on the rail. Greatest Moment has moved up into 3rd place. Stupendous back to 2nd. As we continue on, 3/4 of a length. No More Fake News is just ahead. On the inside, Timeless Glory is trying to go up the inside. Stupendous is between horses. No More Fake News just in front. Timeless Glory has been shut off. Now in front, No More Fake News. They're absolutely plodding home. On the inside, Stupendous is fighting back. No More Fake News is valiant. Greatest Moment joining the fray. No More Fake News is foraging clear by just 3/4 of a length. They're going to prevail. Stupendous photos for 2nd with Greatest Moment, and then it was Timeless Glory, and Cinderella Story completes the lineup. 144.44 the final time. Unofficial top 4. First, number 6, No More Fake News. 2nd, number 3, Greatest Moment. 3rd, number 2, Stupendous. 4th, number 5, Timeless Glory. 6, 3, 2, 5. Results are now official, and the winner circle is number 6, No More Fake News. This is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Notional out of a Eddington mare, Utessa, bred by Gary Patrick, owned by Heron Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by John Heron, ridden to victory by Alberto Burgos. This mare is now 5 for 36 lifetime. Congratulations. We will now have the payouts shortly. The winner paid $360 to win, $220 to place, $210 to show. Runner-up, $420 to place, $3 to show. Third place finisher, $240 to show. The exacta, $15.40. The 50-cent trifecta, $11.60. $2 double, $19.20. Refunds on 10-cent superfectas. And the 50-cent pick 3, $13.20. 5 ran, scratch the 4. Final time 1:44.44 seconds. Post time for our 4th race today. Off the turf in 22 minutes. And we're off and racing. Stupendous, sharp, already a length in front, but going after them, Timeless Glory. And No More Fake News is 3 wide. Cinderella Story to the inside, and Greatest Moment trails early on as we are going into the first turn today. It is Stupendous with Jose Gutierrez in front by 3/4 of a length. Moving up 1 placing to move up to 2nd place, it is going to be the favorite, No More Fake News with Alberto Burgos. Between horses, Timeless Glory with Gina Lucille. The opening quarter in just a hair under 24 seconds. It's a gap of 4 lengths to Joe Ramos and Cinderella Story, and another 3 lengths back to Alex Achard and Greatest Moment to conclude the field. It is Stupendous still in front by 3/4 of a length, but No More Fake News is right behind. Only 2 lengths more to Timeless Glory, and then in 4th place, Cinderella Story. 47.86 was the half a mile. Greatest Moment is about 6 lengths off these leaders as we are now rounding the far turn. The field's bunching up. Stupendous still in front, but No More Fake News continues to encroach. They're only a head behind as we are about to approach the quarter pole. In front, No More Fake News. Timeless Glory tucked in on the rail. Greatest Moment has moved up into 3rd place. Stupendous back to 2nd as we continue on. 3/4 of a length. No More Fake News is just ahead. On the inside, Timeless Glory is trying to go up the inside. Stupendous is between horses. No More Fake News just in front. Timeless Glory has been shut off. Now in front, No More Fake News. They're absolutely plodding home. On the inside, Stupendous is fighting back. No More Fake News is valiant. Greatest Moment joining the fray. No More Fake News is forging clear by just 3/4 of a length. They're going to prevail. Stupendous photos for 2nd with Greatest Moment, and then it was Timeless Glory and
9 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have an Indiana bred 3-year-old and up allowance optional claiming for 25. It has been taken from a mile on the turf to a mile and 70. I'll just tell you who is left in this race. We have the 2, the 4, and then we have the 8 and the 10. I do like the 8 a little bit. I'm going to put it in there. But on top, I'm going to go with Follow the Money, the 2, which is 2-1 right now on the tote board. Joe Ramos is aboard in the irons for Randy Clapp. These are 2 of our top connections here. Ramos just having a great year. Mountain the Kentucky Derby, mountain the Indiana Derby, ended up getting up in there for 3rd, I believe, and then our very own Michelle Elliott in the Oaks, the Indiana Oaks, gets 2nd. So love to see my local guys. But yeah, Ramos having a good year. I digress. This is a 6-year-old gelding that he's ridden all the way. We got to go all the way back to last summer, but he has ridden this one since then. They've been close a couple times. At the end of the year, there's a nice 2nd, and then last time out at a mile, in an optional claim, an allowance optional claiming for 16. That was non-4. Ended up winning. Double Dog Justice was in there. Who scratched today. Rich Kingdom is in here. He ran up against that one. So yeah, Follow the Money. They've been going back and forth with these kind of races, and I think he likes 2 turns. He has a race that he ran okay on a little bit of an off track. So I've got him on top here. 2-1. The favorite right now, though, is the 4, and that's my next selection, Kingsbury Road. Louis Contreras is aboard here for Bob Gorham. And this horse is coming out of an allowance, a $45,000 allowance, in which he was 4th. Only beaten 3, though, in there at a mile and a 16th on the dirt. Who's Your Daddy Now? Obviously scratched out of here. Some of the horses he's been running out against are out, like Double Dog Justice. And Who's Your Daddy Now? And JJ, Jailhouse Justice. Scratched out of here too. So really it makes sense he's the favorite, the better's favorite. He's been, in the money, won the Itoba Stallion, and then Unreachable Star as well was 3rd in there. This is a really classy guy by Unbridled Express, one of our very top Indiana sires. He's 4, got a lot of talent, owned by Bob's sister Marion. Here 2, 4, 8 for me. The 8 is 5-2. Let's talk about Ice Express next. Now Ice Express gets Santos Sanger in the irons for Gennaro Garcia, and Santos having a really good year. Gennaro's in the money percent, 50%. Just put his horses across the board. This one finished 3rd last time out and won. So last time I was 3rd. Sprinting in an allowance optional claiming for 25. Now we're back in this race on June 6th. Go back to that June 6th race. It was the opener, it was on the slop, and it was an allowance optional 15 non-2, won by over 2. Even got squeezed at the start, had a rough start in the last race. Hopefully on the outside, we'll get clear of everyone, and we'll even improve off of that. Also dropping down to the class that he had his last win at as well, a nice one by 2.5. So I'm going to go 2, 4, 8 in here. Now, there is no no show, really. So I'm just giving you 3 options here for you to bet on. Obviously, you can't bet show, but Rich Kingdom's been running up against these guys, and every once in a while he'll be in there. He's guaranteed 4th today, ladies and gentlemen. But here I have the 2 on top in the 4th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Kicking off the late Fire 5. I've got Follow the Money. Good luck.
the horses call Postford now for the fourth race. A quick cheers to our University of Arizona racetrack industry intern Nathan Klein for calling the second and third races here today. On the track for the fourth, this is off the turf. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 4. Scratch 1, Jailhouse Justice. 3, Anchorman. 5, Who's Your Daddy Now. 6, Jeopardy Theory. 7, Backyard Justice. And the 9, Double Dog Justice. Main track remains labeled Sloppy. Scratch the 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, and the number 9 from the race card. There's no show, no trifecta, no superfecta, no $1 horseshoe hat trick. Turf Pick 3 featured on today's card. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta, no Walt Turf Pick 3. Main track Sloppy. 1 mile and 70 yards, 3 minutes to post time. Less than 2 minutes to post time. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joe Ramos with Follow the Money. Luis Contreras, Kingsbury Road coming up. Joins Follow the Money. 8-5 on the 4-time winner, Follow the Money. Kingsbury Road in. Santo Sanjor with Ice Express. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. The other main track only entered, Rich Kingdom. Jose Gutierrez claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance with 7 career wins. They're in the gate. They're off. Follow the Money, Kingsbury Road, Ice Express, and Rich Kingdom as they make their way toward the first turn. And here's Ice Express in the red helmet for Santo Sanjor, making this early move to take the lead as they enter the first turn from Follow the Money, who just yields the front to Ice Express, who's cleared off here as they go to the back of this sloppy track. On the outside is Kingsbury Road, who's running in third, and Rich Kingdom is last of the quartet as they make their way to the back. It's Ice Express. It's Ice Express easily. Ice Express leads here for Santo Sanjor, puts up a quarter in 24.35 seconds. With Joe Ramos, Follow the Money, follows the solo leader, Ice Express, for the run to the half-mile pole. Luis Contreras and Kingsbury Road in the black cap, and one more to Rich Kingdom, who still trails the 4 under the apprentice Jose Gutierrez. It's Ice Express. Ice Express, Follow the Money, Rich Kingdom, and Kingsbury Road, and that's the 4 of them. Half mile in 48.23 seconds. They have just a touch over 3 furlongs to go. They're still aiming for Ice Express. Ice Express, Follow the Money, joined out wide by Rich Kingdom, who's now just nudged into second from Follow the Money. And on the outside, Kingsbury Road is now picking them up. Kingsbury Road's on the move, has come past Rich Kingdom, and toward the inside, Follow the Money's dropped right away. It's Ice Express, 3/4, 1 minute 11.94 seconds. Ice Express leads for home with a 3-length buffer zone over Kingsbury Road, who tries to narrow the margin. 1 furlong to go. Rich Kingdom's been left back in third. Follow the Money's been left back in fourth. They're inside the final 16th now. Kingsbury Road trying to get up here to Ice Express. Ice Express and Kingsbury Road for Luis Contreras. Got Ice Express. Kingsbury Road 3/4 length ahead of Ice Express. Then Rich Kingdom and Follow the Money. .142 flat after the running of race 4. 4, 8, 10, 2. That's the full order. Here's the slow-mo for Kingsbury Road. Luis Contreras for Bob Gorham first at 6-5, 8. Ice Express at 7-5 was second. The 10, Rich Kingdom at 9-1 was third, and 2, Follow the Money was last of the 4. It's 4, 8, 10, 2. Hold all tickets until official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 4 official, the 4, Kingsbury Road, onto the hands of Luis Contreras. Kingsbury Road is a 4-year-old big gelding by Unbridled Express. And a Glamour Queen by Artie Schiller. Bob Gorham trains, Marion F. Gorham owns. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Tommy Wendt. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Kingsbury Road. Track down Ice Express. Rich Kingdom third, and Follow the Money was last of the 4. 4 results in. 4-8 exacta paid $7.60. The 6-4 double combining No More Fake News with Kingsbury Road, $11.60. The pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4 netted $8.90. In race 4, 142 flat for the 1 mile and 70 yards. Track remains labeled sloppy. On to race 5 we go, turning the page. Here in the Fillies Mare Sprint, 5th race at 418. Scratch the 1 Akati Flatter. There'll be no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta. Scratch the 1 Akati Flatter. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3. Sprint to start the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba, all main track card. And once again, the main track will give you any updates should it change. Track here remains labeled sloppy. Post time 22 minutes away. They're off. Follow the Money, Kingsbury Road, Ice Express, and Rich Kingdom as they make the way toward the first turn. And here's Ice Express in the red helmet for Santo Sanjor, making this early move to take the lead as they enter the first turn from Follow the Money, who just yields the front to Ice Express, who's cleared off here as they go to the back of this sloppy track. On the outside is Kingsbury Road, who's running in third, and Rich Kingdom is last of the quartet as they make their way to the back. It's Ice Express. It's Ice Express easily. Ice Express leads here for Santo Sanjor, puts up a quarter in 24.35 seconds. With Joe Ramos, Follow the Money, follows the solo leader, Ice Express, for the run to the half-mile pole. Luis Contreras and Kingsbury Road in the black cap, and one more to Rich Kingdom, who still trails the 4 under the apprentice Jose Gutierrez. It's Ice Express. Ice Express, Follow the Money, Rich Kingdom, and Kingsbury Road, and that's the 4 of them. Half mile in 48.23 seconds. They have just a touch over 3 furlongs to go. They're still aiming for Ice Express. Ice Express, Follow the Money, joined out wide by Rich Kingdom, who's now just nudged into second from Follow the Money. And on the outside, Kingsbury Road is now picking them up. Kingsbury Road's on the move, has come past Rich Kingdom, and toward the inside, Follow the Money's dropped right away. It's Ice Express, 3/4, 1 minute 11.94 seconds. Ice Express leads for home with a 3-length buffer zone over Kingsbury Road, who tries to narrow the margin. 1 furlong to go. Rich Kingdom's been left back in third. Follow the Money's been left back in fourth. They're inside the final 16th now. Kingsbury Road trying to get up here to Ice Express. Ice Express and Kingsbury Road for Luis Contreras. Got Ice Express. Kingsbury Road 3/4 length ahead of Ice Express. Then Rich Kingdom and Follow the Money.
I don't think I have words to explain how I felt or how it feels to ride one of those races, because like I have said more than once, it's something that we dream about it, but it's hard to think that you make it and you're gonna do it, you know. But it feels amazing. It feels like you feel like goosebumps and I don't know, your stomach, you feel like butterflies in your stomach.
And on Saturday, when you were in the Indiana Derby, I mean, you rode in the Kentucky Derby against some of the best jockeys in the country, but now you're here at like kind of your track, you know what I mean, where you started and everything. So what was it like to beat some of them?
It feels special to me, you know. First of all, ride the Indiana Derby, because I remember when I started and I was riding here the first summer, I was like, when am I gonna get to ride a stake race? When am I gonna get to ride a stake race? And then I rode a stake race and I was like, oh, I rode a stake race. And then I think my main goal was ride the Indiana Derby one day when I lost my bug and I started my professional career. And then Saturday we rode the Indiana Derby and I was like, oh, I make it now. What gonna be my next goal?
Yeah, what's your next goal?
I don't know, probably Breeders' Cups.
There you go.
Probably.
I love it. Well, congratulations. We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
9 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have an Indiana-bred filly mare 3-year-old and up allowance. The 1 is out of this race. We're going 6 furlongs on the dirt. I've got the 3. Lil Jenny Class on top. I tried to pull off the upset last race. It didn't work out. Louis, really nice ride for Bob Gorham in that race. Let's see if maybe 3-2. Well, what a joy. Lil Jen in Class is my top selection. Bet Mitch, get rich, ladies and gentlemen. Mitchell Murrow is aboard here for Tim Eggleston. This is a 4-year-old filly by Cole Front, who's making her 17th lifetime start as a 4-year-old. She has been in the money plenty of times. Pretty consistent girl. She very rarely doesn't try her heart out. She's a $242,000 lifetime winner. She loves the distance. She loves the surface. She likes the slop. She likes it fast. Last time she was beaten by less than a length by Crosley in that race. The Pataki Kid as well was in there, and then Lil Jenna Class. This is the race where Nathan's Note, we just showed it a little bit ago, but this horse, in this race, we have top 4 finishes in the checkered flag. Crosley, the Pataki Kid, and Lil Jen in Class, who got a dead heat. That's why I paused, because I had to remember that it says the Kid Pataki, but it was both of them. And then Imagine the Moon. I went 3 on top. She's got good early speed. Classy lady. Lil Jen in Class here for me. And then I'm going to put the Kid Pataki underneath. The 5 horse is 2-1 right now on the tote board. Joe Ramos is in the irons here for Randy Klopp. And this is a 4-year-old filly who, like I said, just exited the checkered flag. She was the beaten favorite in there. Also, very consistent horse. 13 of 16 lifetime starts have been in the money here. Also, obviously, the connections of Ramos and Klopp are high percentage. She's getting back to allowance ranks in here. She also has early speed. It'll be interesting to see who duels on the front. We know who it's going to be, though. And then as a duo in the last week of racing programs, Ramos and Klopp, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Let's go on to Imagine the Moon. The 6 is 5-2 right now on the tote board. Rodney Prescott aboard for Tony Duran, and switching jockeys here. Rodney getting the mount coming out of the checker flag as well, as we said. This horse is coming off of a sloppy effort, in which really 4th only by less than 2 lengths. Got blocked at the 3/16 pole. It says, and then the slop at the end of the year, a couple of those tries that I looked up were really nice. I mean, one time she romped and won by almost 7 with DP aboard. So she definitely likes the off going, and she's going to Imagine the Moon really is going to be the wild card here, because she likes to sit off the pace a little bit. 3, 5, 6 here for me in the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but I'm going to go with Lil Jen in Class on top. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 5th race. This filly's mare sprint at 6 furlongs, aim for the 5. No superfecta wagering, scratch 1 at Connie Flatter. Scratch the number 1 at Connie Flatter. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3, start to the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. Main track sloppy. Now more sun than clouds, 3 minutes. We're less than 2 minutes away from post time for the Fillies Mare Sprint. Please note the main track here. Again, all main track card were off the turf. Main track here for the Distaff Sprint now upgraded from sloppy to muddy. More sun than clouds right now. Muddy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the Fillies Mare Sprint. Next. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Main track now muddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. First up, Shanghai Express. Alberto Burgos won our third of the day for John Harron with No More Fake News. Mitchell Morrow, Lil Jen in class is coming up to take her position in the true center gate. Lil Jen in class has joined Shanghai Express. Now Sammy Bermudez with Crosley. Joe Ramos with the Kid Pataki. At 6 furlongs, one more. Rodney Prescott partners Imagine the Moon. It's our feature of the day. Main track now muddy. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Fast starts for the Kid Pataki with Imagine the Moon, who settles. Lil Jen in class now coming for a dash to vie for the lead with the Kid Pataki. They're both speedy. Up the inside for Mitchell Murrow. Lil Jen in class is taking a short lead. The Kid Pataki is right with her for Joe Ramos, and Crossley tracks them. The outside of Imagine the Moon. Then it's a break of 9 more. Shanghai Express beaten for speed after a couple of furlongs, with the Kid Pataki has taken charge as they enter the far turn. Imagine the Moon comes up with a bid now into second. Lil Jen in class will have to re-rally. Then on the outside is Crossley. Shanghai Express still trails the quintet with 25 wins between them and coming toward the quarter pole. 21.95 lead seconds. The Kid Pataki narrowly. Imagine the Moon is right there on the outside now for Rodney Prescott as these fillies and mares turn for home in the mud. And Crosley is sweeping at action for Simmer Bermudez. Lil Jen in class is back in fourth, and Shanghai Express yet to pick up. 1 furlong to go. It's Imagine the Moon. Imagine the Moon came away with the lead. Crosley looking to chase her down past the 16th. The Kid Pataki is third. Shanghai Express now up into fourth, and Lil Jen in class. Imagine the Moon. Imagine the Moon finishes on top by a length and a half to Crosley. The Kid Pataki was third, then Shanghai Express and Lil Jen in class, 110.02. $110.02. 6-4-5. Then a photo. There was no superfecta. Imagine the Moon. 5-2 first. 5-1 on 4. Crosley second. 3-2 on 5. The Kid Pataki third. Shanghai Express, Lil Jin in class, and that's the 5. 6-4, 5-2. And the 3. Rodney Prescott here for Tony Duran. A Rancho Monarca win with Imagine the Moon at 5-2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, here's the 6. Imagine the Moon under the veteran hands of Rodney Prescott. Imagine the Moon is a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Reddy's Image. Out of the Malibu Moon mare, the Moon and the Stars. The now 8-time winner is trained by Tony Duran for Rancho Monarca LLC of trainer Antonio and Catherine Duran. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Imagine the Moon takes out the Phillies Mare Sprint feature. It's official. 6-4 exacta paid $29.60. 50-cent trifecta, 6-4-5, and even $25. There was no superfecta. 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. Capped off by Imagine the Moon, $10.85. 4-6 double, $28.80. $1 early pick 4, $113.70. The 50-cent early pick 5 daily starts here on the 1st. 5-5, returned $158.25. 5 faced the starter, muddy track, 110.02. 24 minutes away, race 6 is next on the docket. Maiden Juvenile Sprint over the 5 furlongs, main track muddy. Scratch the 6 Dewey's Denali, the 8 Donike, and the 10 Wishmaster. Scratch the 6, 8, and the 10. 1 Gosh Sakes. The jockey will be Adam Beschizza. That first-time starter opens at 4-5. Adam Beschizza here to partner the 1, Gosh Sakes. The 4, Daunted, is a first-time gelding. That should be marked in your program FTG, designation for first-time gelding, and that's the 4, Daunted. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here are the 10-cent Grand High 5 pentafecta wagering intact on the Maiden Juvenile Dash. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:51. They're off and sprinting. Fast starts for the Kid Pataki with Imagine the Moon, who settles. Lil Jin in class now, coming for a dash to vie for the lead with the Kid Pataki. They're both speedy. Up the inside for Mitchell Murrow. Lil Jin in class has taken a short lead. The Kid Pataki is right with her for Joe Ramos, and Crossley tracks them. The outside on Imagine the Moon. Then it's a break of 9 more. Shanghai Express beaten for speed after a couple of furlongs, with a Kid Pataki has taken charge as they enter the far turn. Imagine the Moon comes up with a bid now into second. Lil Jin and Class will have to re-rally. Then on the outside is Crosley. Shanghai Express still trails the quintet with 25 wins between them and coming toward the quarter pole. 21.95 lead seconds. The Kid Pataki narrowly. Imagine the Moon is right there on the outside now for Rodney Prescott as these fillies and mares turn for home in the mud. And Crosley is sweeping in action for Simmer Bermudez. Lil Jin and Class is back in fourth, and Shanghai Express yet to pick up. 1 furlong to go. It's Imagine the Moon. Imagine the Moon came away with the lead. Crosley looking to chase her down past the 16th. The Kid Pataki is third. Shanghai Express now up into fourth, and Lil Jin and Class. Imagine the Moon. Imagine the Moon finishes on top by a length and a half to Crosley. The Kid Pataki was third, then Shanghai Express and Lil Jin and Class.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are well underway here at the place we call home. Now, upcoming race number 6 on this all-main track card, just a few minutes away from 2-year-olds taking the main stage under the bright lights here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Scratch number 6, 8, and 10. 6, 8, and 10 out of this race. We've got some first-time starters mixed in with horses with experience on a muddy main track. They just opened it up in here after that last race, still listed as muddy for race number 6. But let's take a look at this field. I happen to fancy an inside runner named Gosh Sakes. Kelsey Danner has been putting up some unbelievable numbers this year. She's winning at 31%, well above her national rate at 20%. She's got a 2-year-old colt by Dolphus out of Gracious Sakes with her main man, Adam Baskitza, calling the shots in here for D.D. McGeehee, a first-time starter in here who's been training consistently this summer over at Turfway Park on the synthetic. Now, this is one of those races that was originally carded to be on the turf, will run on the main track. So it's hard to know if these first-time starters have shown much, if anything, on the main track, or if they're just trying to get some racing experience under their belt. I will say that Gosh Sakes does seem a little bit chilly on the board for a high percentage winning trainer, and the homebred in Kentucky is 3-1 right now. Projections would have this one going off at 4-1. Now, I understand the morning line, but you can completely pitch morning lines when the surface changes and there's plenty of scratches. With 3 scratches out of this race, this horse should be well below that morning line and is not. So from a board perspective, I don't think Gosh Sakes is incredibly live. The mare has produced very well. She's produced 16% winners and actually 11% at 2 years old. And 11% is pretty good. Double digits at 2 years old is always a good sign. However, none of the 6 siblings have ever won on debut. 0 for 5 so far. We'll see if Gosh Sakes can change that around. But the good news is horses by Gracious Sakes, 5 of the 6 have won. So they do win. They just don't often win first time out. We'll see if Gosh Sakes can reverse that trend. But in second slot is number 5, Dreaming Smart. This is a horse that I am jumping off, and maybe it's time for you to jump on. Dreaming Smart has cost me pretty much more than any horse here at Horseshoe Indianapolis thus far. And how can that be true? A 2-year-old. This is a horse who's had repeatedly troubled trips. However, last time out had a pretty darn good trip. I thought it does say took up. It was ever so slightly. And Dreaming Smart was really never winning that race. So now we've got a troubling pattern, in my opinion. Romero has been aboard 2 of the 3 starts. Sammy Bermudez was aboard in the middle as well. Dreaming Smart always runs into trouble, always chases just long enough for me to be sucked in 2 or 3 weeks later, and that has been the case. I am finally jumping off the Dreaming Smart bandwagon, which means I strongly encourage you to jump on. Oftentimes in this game, you have the right horse and the wrong race. That could be the case in here. However, I have seen enough of Dreaming Smart thus far. With 3 consecutive second-place finishes, if this one wins today, I will tip my cap to the connections and say congratulations, because Dreaming Smart has been deserving throughout the first 3 races, but has yet to get the job done. We'll see if they can reverse that today with Dreaming Smart. I'm off. You should be on 3-1 on the board with your cinch hunch play. But Tiempos Buenos, the 2-year-old gelding by More Spirit in here. Sammy Bermudez lands in this spot for Don Juan, the trainer in here, only sending out his 4th starter to the starting gate here at Horseshoe Indy. One of them did run 3rd. This horse brings in experience. Second time around Horseshoe Indianapolis can always be a good sign. Was even running last time out. Did have a little bit of trouble after breaking from the inside. And I like horses that are doing things for the second time. This will be the second time around Horseshoe Indianapolis, and brings in some back class as well with a 3rd place. It's tougher on the turf over at Keeneland. St. Bermudez has to love that post draw. He's drawn to the outside of all the other 2-year-olds in here, and he can move whenever he sees fit, and the bettors seem to agree. 8-5 right now on the board. We may be off the turf. We may have a couple of scratches, but still plenty of action and opportunity here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're just a few minutes away from race number 6. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the sixth race. Maiden Juvenile Sprint on the main track over the 5 furlongs. Main track buddy, a field of 7 here. Scratch 6, Dewey's Denali, 8, Danike, and the 10, Wishmaster. Scratch the 6, 8, and the number 10. 1, Gosh Sakes leads the parade. The jockey there, Anna Beschizza. Anna Beschizza up on 1. Gosh Sakes. 4, Daunted is a first-time gelding. Should be marked in your program FTG, the designation for first-time gelding, and that's for the 4 here, Daunted, the first-time gelding in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering featured on this maiden juvenile sprint. Double pick 3 with 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden juvenile sprint. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Adam Beschizza, and this first-time starter. Up comes Gosh Sakes. Pink with a green hoop. Joe Ramos Daunted also making his bow here over the 5 furlongs. Main track muddy. First-time starters in as Gosh Sakes joined Daunted. Joseph Romero, Dreaming Smart, went in okay. Anthony Zalo with Chabello being led up to the true center gate. Now the newcomer Tazzy. Santos Sanjor for Tony Duran going for a double on the card. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. J.R. Sweet Feet, 3-time started. And Tazzy backs out. Right now, Dreaming Smart, the 3-2 favorite. 8-5 Dreaming Smart, 9-5 Gosh Sakes. There's 4-1 on Tiempos Buenos. Tazzy on 9-1 odds has gone all in. Tazzy now locked away, so stand by. One more, Semi Bermudez and 3-time started Tiempos Buenos. Track muddy, all in line. The Raw racing 5 furlongs and Daunted was slow to go, drops back to last. Chabello rockets away. Here's Dreaming Smart, who's now out to lead them for Joseph Romero. Dreaming Smart took the lead. On the outside is Tiempos Buenos in the red cap. After a sharp start, Chabello's running in third past the half mile. The newcomer Gosh Sakes is running in fourth, with on the outside Tazzy in fifth. As they round the far turn that way, we come back to J.R. Sweet Feet, and after breaking slow, Daunted trails the maiden juvenile sprint coming toward the quarter pole. Just over 23 seconds for the opening quarter. It's Dreaming Smart on the edge of the quarter pole. From a looming up Tiempos Buenos, Tazzy straightens away in third from Chabello. Gosh Sakes is in the pink cap, and Gosh Sakes really needs to go. Coming down toward the final furlong, GR Sweet Feet, and we travel back to Daunted. It's Dreaming Smart with the rail for Joseph Romero. Dreaming Smart is holding on to a 3-length advantage past the 16th. Tiempos Buenos, second still pursuing, but the near home, it's Dreaming Smart. Dreaming Smart and Tiempos Buenos falls a length and a quarter short to Dreaming Smart, who gets the result from Tiempos Buenos. Tazzy was third, then JR Sweetfeet and Chabello. $59.56 for the maiden juvenile sprint. 59.56, 5.97325. Dreaming Smart. 3-5 first. 9 Tiempos Buenos. 4-1 on the runner-up. 7 Tazzy. 8-1 third on one of those 3 newcomers. 3 JR Sweet Feet at 25-1 was fourth. And here's Chabello in for the Pentafecta. 65-1 the off odds. Gosh Sakes and the other first-time starter Daunted, 59.56. Dreaming Smart, Joseph Romero for Joe Davis, Miguel Casares, son of Tom's d'Etat. Dreaming Smart off the mark in his fourth run. The result of the sixth race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is number 5, Dreaming Smart with Joseph Romero. Dreaming Smart is a 2-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Tom's d'Etat. And a Tiz Trish by Tizway. Joe Davis trains for Miguel Casares. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dreaming Smart down to the maiden ranks. Full results on the maiden juvenile sprint. 5.9 exacta paid $10.60. 50-cent trifecta, 5.97, $10 and change. The 10-cent pentafecta with Chabello back in fifth paid $33.82. 50-cent pick 3, $13.45. 6.5 double, $19.20. JR Sweet Feet ran fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, $6.59. Muddy Track, 59.56. Out to the running of race 6. On to the 7th of 9 we go on this all-main track card. Scratch the 7, Deputy City. Number 7, Deputy City has been scratched. One going since is a first-time gelding. That should be marked in your program. FTG is the designation there. First-time gelding is the one going since, and the 7's been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta wagering, double final pick 3 of the day, Post time will be at 5:25. Just a quick reminder to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis faithful, next live race card here tomorrow to wrap up this 4-day stretch. Our Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. No live racing here on Friday. First floor OTB open for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Following Thursday's finale, next live race card will be an all quarter horse card here on Saturday. It's stake packed. Over $500,000 in stakes purses up for grabs here on Saturday. Saturday's all quarter horse card will kick off at 10:45 a.m. Post time for race 7 at 5:25. Off racing 5 furlongs, and Daunted was slow to go, drops back to last. Chabello rockets away. Here's Dreaming Smart, who's now out to lead them for Joseph Romero. Dreaming Smart took the lead. On the outside is Tiempos Buenos in the red cap. After a sharp start, Chabello's running in third past the half mile. The newcomer Gosh Sakes is running in fourth, with on the outside Tazzy in fifth. As they round the far turn that way, we come back to J.R. Sweet Feet, and after breaking slow, Daunted trails the maiden juvenile sprint coming toward the quarter pole. Just over 23 seconds for the opening quarter. It's Dreaming Smart on the edge of the quarter pole. From a looming up Tiempos Buenos, Tazzy straightens away in third from Chabello. Gosh Sakes is in the pink cap, and Gosh Sakes really needs to go. Coming down toward the final furlong, J.R. Sweet Feet, and we travel back to Daunted. It's Dreaming Smart with the rail for Joseph Romero. Dreaming Smart is holding on to a 3-length advantage past the 16th. Tiempos Buenos, second, still pursuing, but the near home, it's Dreaming Smart. Dreaming Smart and Tiempos Buenos falls a length and a quarter short to Dreaming Smart, who gets the result from Tiempos Buenos. Tazzy was third, then J.R. Sweet Feet.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
From marshmallow festivals to fireworks on the shore, no matter where you're headed this summer, Hubler Ford's got you covered. And during Hubler's Freedom to Drive, we've got your payments covered too, all summer long. So get out there in a new Ford with 0% financing. Plus, buy with 0 down, no payments for 90 days. And Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
Hubler's got you covered.
DriveHubler.com.
Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Still on a muddy main track. Never truly dried out today. We are off the turf, which affected races 6 and 8, but does not affect race 7. We've got 3-year-old boys all looking for their first career victory in here. One scratch to report. Deputy City number 7 is out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 8 set to go to the gate. And I will look no further than your inside runner, a private purchase for Going Sense. This one debuted for Swifty Farms, who bred the animal, and then was privately purchased since the debut at 2 and now comes back at 3. Was once a $32,000 sales purchase. Doesn't necessarily mean that was the purchase price here most recently, but did go off at 7-2 on debut. Had a little bit of a sneaky troubled trip that day, and from 2 to 3, I like the way things have progressed for this colt by Golden Sense. So bred to be very quick. The mare, she was a 2-time winner from 9 starts. Both of her wins came from well off the pace. Now, she's produced 2 foals of racing age, and one being Going Sense, the other one being Catalina Kid, who frankly is not much. This is a horse who is winless after 9 starts. So there's a little bit to be desired off of the breeding, but I like that Lasix for the first time, privately purchased for a decent amount as well, and you get Tim Eggleston and Mitch Merrill, who can improve a horse immensely. 9-2 on the board. Certainly fair value in here for Going Sense. We'll see how this one runs off of the layout. But does have some very quick workouts all the way back to March 7th, 47-4. July 4th, not sure if it was intentional or not, but at 46-1. We don't see those kind of works very often, but we'll see if this one is fully cranked and ready to go at first asking, or maybe a work short at 5-1. The 6 is Ryan's Wish. Sam Bermudez and Aaron West in here with Jim Edgar Silks for this 3-year-old gelding by Mishawish. 0 for 3, but has paid the way thus far with $18,000 in earnings through 3 career starts, 2 seconds, and a third to Ryan's Wish's name. And this is a horse who would love to see a fast main track. 3 consecutive sloppy races. And didn't really get bet on debut, but showed good speed, tracked the 1-2 favorite, Woodaz, and stayed on consistently. Your second place runner, Bourbon Curiosity, did exit that race to come back and beat Ryan's Wish on June 5th, in which Ryan's Wish broke well, was kind of the widest throughout that day in the clear, and sat right off the flank of the leader, but could never get on terms with Bourbon Curiosity. But the odds have gone down each and every start, and it could go down again. Debuted at 21-1, then 3-1, then even money. On the board right now at 4-5. We'll see if Ryan's Wish can get Sam Bermudez home a winner. Looks to be the one to catch to cash if you want. However, the one to hold off, and may have something to say about this one getting the lead, is our guy Max for Tiana Richardville. She'll call on the apprentice rider Gutierrez, a 7-pound weight allowance, the most experienced of the group with 12 starts to his name thus far. But at 4 years old, he's still looking for his first win. Now, at 3, he showed a ton of early speed. He hasn't necessarily shown that early speed recently at 4 years old, but I did like the way he closed strongly late last time out. On that race, June 5th, he chased home Ryan's Wish, and he was closing in good ground. Now, it may have been they were slowing down on the front end. They did go 22 flat, 45-2 on the front. So he may have been running while others were tiring, and it may have been a little bit misleading as to how strong it was. However, I did deem that it was a strong late closing kick. Maybe this is a new thing for him. If they can settle near the back of the pack and come from off the pace, we've seen it with success so far today. Our guy Max could get that first elusive win in start number 13 for Tiana Richardville. See if our guy Max can call himself a winner at 9-1. But I'm going to try the lightly raced Going Sense, the son of Golden Sense. First start for the new Silks, 5-1-4 racing. We'll see if it can be the winning kind. 9-2 on the board, but the people's choice is all about Ryan's Wish. We'll see how those wishes play out 5 minutes away from race number 7.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This maiden dash over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch number 7, Deputy City. Number 7, Deputy City has been scratched. One going since is a first-time gelding. FTG, the designation. First-time gelding, the one going since here in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering featured here on the sprint. Double final pick 3 of a 9-race card. All main track card. Main track remains labeled muddy. 3 minutes to post time. Now just less than 3 minutes to get a bet on. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Mitch Morrow with Going Sense. TV Victory. Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card. Loading here for this maiden sprint over the 5.5 furlongs. Muddy track. Samuel Bermudez with Ryan's Wish. Jose Gutierrez, our guy Max, went in well. Amazing Mike. Alberto Burgos, the Wednesday score sheet for John Herron. Air Horse 1 drone view loading up. Sando Sanjor, good stuff. Amazing Mike joins. 2 back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. White turquoise stars and cap with Save My Town. Ryan's Wish, even money favorite. 8-1 now on Save My Town. We had a sloppy track to start the card. Now more sun than clouds. It was upgraded to muddy. Save My Town just a bit reluctant to load. Now into 7-1 from 9-1 on Save My Town. Ryan's Wish holding even money favorite. With help from the assistant starter, Save My Town now in the gate, so one more. You Got Gold, Rodney Prescott has a win on the day. Even money, Ryan's Wish. The starter has the trigger. All in. The Robin sprinting. Fast start for Ryan's Wish. Right there, Save My Town on the turquoise cap. And here's Going Sense, who's going for it for Mitchell Morrill. From the rail, Going Sense is vying for it with Ryan's Wish. And these two drag race together past the half-mile pole. Coming 5 clear from Save My Town, who's joined on the outside by Good Stuff at the 3.5. With You Got Gold running in 5th. TV Victory is 6th between horses. Then Amazing Mike, and on the outside, Our Guy Max as they barrel to 3 furlongs from home. 21.93, hot pace on. Ryan's Wish now making this move for Samuel Bermudez. It's Ryan's Wish who's taking the lead from toward the inside. Going Sense with on the outside Our Guy Max up into 3rd. Good Stuff in 4th. TV Victory, Save My Town, Amazing Mike, and finally You Got Gold. These maidens straighten. It's Ryan's Wish coming down toward the final furlong with a 2-length lead from nearest the inside. Going Sense charging on the outside is Our Guy Max, and here comes Our Guy Max, who's mustering a rally past the 16th. Ryan's Wish, Our Guy Max on the outside for Jose Gutierrez. Our Guy Max to get and beat Ryan's Wish. Save My Town was 3rd, then Good Stuff, Amazing Mike. 105.47 after they made it in the mud. 2-6-4-8-3-2, our guy Max. 9-1 first. 6 Ryan's Wish at 4-5, the runner-up. 4 Save My Town, 6-1 third. Here's the slow-mo. 8 Good Stuff at 9-2 for the Superfecta. And 3 Amazing Mike, Purple Silks with a gold cap, getting into that Pentafecta wager. 105.47, our guy Max out of Maximus Mischief. Jose Gutierrez for Tiana Richardville, a Sunshine Stables win at 9-1. Race 7 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 2 our guy Max with Jose Gutierrez. Our guy Max is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Maximum Mischief. Out of a midshipman mare, Tiana Richardville trains for Richard Batz's Sunshine Stables. His mare, Our Cinnamon Sugar. There they are, smiling for the Cody photo. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2-6 exacta paid $51.40. 50-cent trifecta, 2-6-4, $36.95. 5-2 double paid $26.80. The 10-cent pentafecta with Amazing Mike back in 5th. Returned $100.27. 50-cent pick 3, $34.85. Good Stuff ran 4th in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta up 2-6-4-8, $28.11. 8 faced the starter, Muddy Track 105.47. Couple more to go. Race 8 is one of those off the turf. Maiden sprint over the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch 2 Bois Blanc. 3 Keeley Jones. 6 Ume and the 7 Sugar Mama. There's no pentafecta wagering. Scratch the 2, 3, 6 and no Sugar Mama. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Start to the final double 557 post time. All in. The Rolfing sprinting. Fast start for Ryan's Wish. Right there, Save My Town on the turquoise cap. And here's Going Sense, who's going for it for Mitchell Murrell. From the rail, Going Sense is vying for it with Ryan's Wish. And these two drag race together past the half-mile pole. Coming 5 clear from Save My Town, who's joined on the outside by Good Stuff at the 3.5. With You Got Gold running in 5th. TV Victory is 6th between horses. Then Amazing Mike, and on the outside, Our Guy Max as they barrel to 3 furlongs from home. 21.93, hot pace on. Ryan's Wish now making this move for Sammy Bermudez. It's Ryan's Wish who's taking the lead from toward the inside. Going Sense, with on the outside our guy Max up into third. Good Stuff in fourth. TV Victory, Save My Town, Amazing Mike, and finally You Got Gold. These maidens straighten. It's Ryan's Wish coming down toward the final furlong with a 2-length lead from nearest the inside. Going Sense, charging on the outside is our guy Max, and here comes our guy Max, who's mustering a rally past the 16th. Ryan's Wish, our guy Max on the outside for Jose Gutierrez. Our guy Max to get and beat Ryan's Wish. Save My Town was third, then Good Stuff, Amazing Mike. All in.
Attention, we have your Racing Rachel Warriors for this week. In third place, taking home $25, Carrie Worth. In second place, earning $75, Tim Foist. And first place, Oscar Sardinas with a $100 prize. Congratulations to our winners.
Back down here in the paddock in Shelbyville, Indiana. Better days ahead. Hopefully we'll be back on that turf course tomorrow. And an all-quarter horse day on Saturday as well before a week-long break here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No racing, July 20th through July 27th here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And we will come back with some massive fields. And speaking of that, some pretty good fields tomorrow as everyone's trying to squeeze in a race before the break as well. 10 minutes away from race number 8, scratch 2, 3, 6, and 7. This one originally carded for the turf, but now on the main track. 5 furlongs going to be the distance on what is still a muddy track. And I happen to love, not fancy, love Small Hollow for Silverton Racing. This 4-year-old filly by Broken Vow is a half to, it's cold into here. A $500,000 earner. So the breeding's certainly there and would suggest this one should be live, and certainly ran a huge race April 17th, almost 14, 15 months ago now. So it's not ideal to be off that long. What I do like is they come back protected. Certainly looks the part down here in the walking ring. This 4-year-old filly looks like a little tank and has experience over a fast main track. Chase Miller was aboard for his father on debut, where they went off at a huge number. They did all the heavy lifting on the front end. They broke sharp from the inside. They opened up. They cleared off. They looked gone as he opened up at the top of the lane, but absolutely she got nailed right on the line and ran huge at 33-1. Frankly, I've been waiting for her to come back. Didn't know where she went. Didn't know if she would come back. But she's been training consistently over at the Churchill Downs training track. I like this spot. I don't mind the surface change in here at all. She's favorably drawn to the outside. The layoff is a concern. Clearly something went amiss after that huge debut. It's not ideal to have that long off, but I think she is the one to catch to cash in here. It's small, hollow, hopefully somewhere near that morning line. But the one, Lady of Light, is awfully quick as well. This 3-year-old filly by City of Light drew $30,000 at the Keeneland sale back in 2023 for Triple V Racing. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be in the saddle, and that man has been red hot. He had himself an awesome Indiana Derby week as well. And Lady of Light showed a ton of speed last time out, broke sharp, went sub 22, 45.51, very quick fractions, and had absolutely no finish. However, it should be noted this horse was 5-2, took some action, dueled through ridiculously quick fractions before giving way. Maybe it was a slop this horse didn't like, has been in the slop the last 2 starts, gets back to a fast main track, has the inside, has speed, and has connections who know how to win. However, Lady of Light needs to find a finish. She has consistently dropped anchor at the top of the lane. I'm not sure if she doesn't like straightaways or whatnot. She's been incredibly fast. However, she has not had anything left when the real running starts at the 8th pole. We'll see if that changes today. But they do have an attack post with early speed and connections that can win 7-1. You have been warned on Lady of Light. But Echo Road might have something to say about that as Kevin Fletcher sends this one out with Mitch Merle for Terry Stevens. This 3-year-old filly is lightly raised daughter of Echo Town. Drew $70,000 at the sale in 2023. Has been all over the country. Debuted on the synthetic at Turfway. Came here to Horseshoe Indianapolis briefly during our opening week, in which they sat in a good spot just off the top 2 and shortened up pretty badly in the lane. Then went over to Ohio and tried their luck there at the maiden special weight level. Always running protected, so do note, even though they switch tracks quite often, they've always been in protected spots. And again, shortened up over at Belterra, whether they're going 5 or 6. But does have early speed, does have a trainer that can win races, along with one of our leading riders in Mitch Merle at 16%. Echo Road has speed and therefore a big chance at 7-2. I don't mind the layoff. I'm all about small hollow. We'll see if the patience has paid off for Silverton Hill. They've been very patient. It's been since April 17th since small hollows touched the racetrack. We'll see if they can get rewarded for their patience in here, as we are just 6 minutes away from our final thoroughbred race before we give way to Miss Martha. She's set to take you through a 330-yard dash, and she better start handicapping because she has herself a very full Saturday. A full day of quarter horse racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with over $500,000 in purse money on Saturday. You certainly will not want to miss that, as Martha Clausen winning at right around a 35% clip. Unbelievable what she's able to do. Strongly encourage you follow along. Good luck.
Maiden filly stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This race will be run on the main track at 5 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch 2, Bois Blanc. 3, Killy Jones. 6, Ume, and 7, Sugar Mama. Scratch 2, 3, 6, and Sugar Mama. No pentafecta wagering. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Start here of the final double of the day. 9th race closing the card with a quarter horse dash over the 3:30. 9th race, no scratches, no jockey changes. Muddy track, 3 minutes. Late scratch. Late scratch on 8, Momentario. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 8, Momentario has now been scratched here from this maiden filly sprint. All wagers on 8, Momentario, and there's the TV confirmation. A late scratch on 8 Momentario. Refunds here from the maiden sprint. There will be a 2 and 8 consolation double. 2-8 consolation double. Those using 8 Momentario in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in those multi-race wagers. Scratch the 8 Momentario. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Lady of Light. Mitchell Morrow with Echo Road. Joins Lady of Light. Joe Ramos, Lady Pippa. Couple of fillies back. Looking to make a diploma day here today. Muddy track. Sando Sanjo with the first time starter, Ms. Candy. Ms. Candy went in sweetly and one more. Stand by her 5 furlongs muddy track with Chase Miller. Small Hollow. Even money favorite. Here's Small Hollow. Small Hollow. She was second here on debut last season. They're in the gate.
Hold on.
They're off racing 5 furlongs. Lady of Light leaping right into action from the rail for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Chasing as that newcomer Ms. Candy with Echo Road, Lady Pippa, and on the outside, the trailer is Small Hollow as they went past the half-mile pole. It's Lady of Light. Lady of Light leans by a length and a half to Echo Road. 3/4 length to Ms. Candy. Third on the outside now, 3 furlongs from home. Lady Pippa joined out wide by Small Hollow. The opening quarter is they round the far turn, 22.06 seconds. It's Lady of Light who leads these maiden fillies past the quarter pole. And Small Hollow's gearing up. Chase Miller and Small Hollow in the purple cap looking to come around them. In between horses, there's Echo Road with Ms. Candy and Lady Pippa's Lady of Light. Coming down toward the final furlong. Small Hollow continues with a steady gain. Echo Road got shuffled back. Echo Road just hit a roadblock. It's Small Hollow past the 16th. For Ms. Candy, City of Light was swallowed up. They're close to home with Chase Miller. The Dodo Broken Vow. Small Hollow comes back with a victory by 5. Ms. Candy was second. Lady Pippa, Echo Road, and Lady of Light dropped away to last. 59.30, Stewards Inquiry. Be sure to hold all tickets until it's posted official. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. There'll be an inquiry into that stretch run congestion. Inquiry into the stretch run unofficial, 10-9-5-4-10. Small Hollow, 6-5 first. Number 9, Ms. Candy, 5-1 second. Stewards Inquiry stretch run. 5, Lady Pippa, 3-1 third. And 4, Echo Road, 3-1, the unofficial fourth. Chase Miller, she was second here on debut last season, April of 2024. Comes home with a victory here. The Small Hollow from Ms. Candy, that was a newcomer. Lady Pippa, Echo Road, part of that Stewards Inquiry into the stretch run of the Maiden Fillies Sprint. And Lady of Light, 59.30, Inquiry hold all. Once again, do retain all tickets here in Race 8 after the Maiden Fillies Sprint. Again, we've been informed about that Stewards Inquiry into the stretch run. Lights blinking on the 10, 9, and the 4. We see the objection also posted on the tote. We've been informed about that inquiry. Hold all bets. Santo Sandro on the call to the stewards. Inquiry in the stretch run involves the top 4. 10 Small Hollow, unofficial first, 9 Miss Candy, and Santo Sandro chatting up the stewards. 5 Lady Pippa third, and 4 Echo Road fourth. Here's a look at it. Stewards Inquiry. Well, we were standing by for a steward's call, but apparently there have been no changes made to the run order. 10-9-5-4. Inquiry withdrawn, no changes made, and after those objections, no changes made to the run order. 10-9-5-4. 10 Small Hollow with Chase Miller. 4-year-old bay filly by Broken Vow. Out of the DeHere mare. Suey's here. Chase Miller for Darren Miller and Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton. After the inquiry and those objections that were made, no changes made to the order. Result official. And the 9th race. Quarter horse dash to close us out over the 3:30. No scratches, no jockey changes. 8 HF Just Reno is 3 pounds over. 10-9 Exacta, $15.60. 10-cent Superfecta, $3.34. Pick 3, $21.85. The 50-cent late pick 5, $284.60. The 50-cent trifecta, 10.95. Again, no changes made to the run order. $7.95. 210 double, 44.40. 2-8 consolation double paid $19.20. 9th race, Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time 6:29. They're off racing 5 furlongs. Lady of Light leaping right into action from the rail for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Chasing as that newcomer Ms. Candy with Echo Road. Lady Pippa, and on the outside, the trailer is Small Hollow as they went past the half-mile pole. It's Lady of Light. Lady of Light leans by a length and a half to Echo Road. 3/4 length to Ms. Candy. Third on the outside now, 3 furlongs from home. Lady Pippa joined out wide by Small Hollow. The opening quarter is they round the far turn, 22.06 seconds. It's Lady of Light who leads these maiden fillies past the quarter pole. And Small Hollow's gearing up. Chase Miller and Small Hollow in the purple cap looking to come around them. In between horses, there's Echo Road with Ms. Candy and Lady Pippett's Lady of Light. Coming down toward the final furlong. Small Hollow continues with a steady gain. Echo Road got shuffled back. Echo Road just hit a roadblock. It's Small Hollow past the 16th for Ms. Candy. City of Light was swallowed up. They're close to home with Chase Miller. The daughter Broken Vow. Small Hollow comes back with a victory by 5. Ms. Candy was second. Lady Pippa, Echo Road, and Lady of Light dropped away to last.
Well, we are at today's finale at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to close out the card with a $19,500 allowance for registered Indiana breds. These are 3-year-olds and up, and they're non-winners of 2 races. I kind of like these because you get to see horses with a little more experience, and you see some 4-year-olds facing 3-year-olds, a lot of different elements in handicapping that we can discuss. I kind of like that. A field of 8, which is relatively short for Horseshoe Indy standards, but still a quality field. And they're going to be traveling 330 yards. All right, let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of my top selections. Of course, I'm going to begin with number 6, Jessa Riot, making the first start of her 4-year-old season as she joins the barn of Claudio Barazza. Now, she's sired by Jess Zuman, qualified for 2 futurities as a 2-year-old. That was back in 2023. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. And then she closed out her 3-year-old season with a runner-up finish to Sin Tacha's Secret. Very, very tough competitor here. Stakes winner, multiple stakes winner probably. So that wasn't a bad way to close out the season. Now she joins the barn of Claudio Barazza, of course, a top rider, Edgar Diaz, who pretty much ridden her several starts, including the last one at the end of her 3-year-old campaign. We'll have the return call for Ted Harpold's homebred. You know, she prepped for her return to action with a nice bullet work on June 25th, and I have seen Claudio Barazza bring back horses off a layoff many, many times this season. So anybody who wants to doubt, go ahead, but I won't be in that category this afternoon. All right, let's go next to number 1. She's a bolt of fire. Leading trainer Tim Eggleston won yesterday's maiden and is going to saddle 2 in our finale. I just kind of like this one a teeny bit better, and I'll explain why. She made her last start in a really tough, not pretty, but really tough trial for the Blue River Derby. And that was her first attempt at 400 yards. And she didn't quite get it done that day, but it was her first time. And prior to that, she had a really strong effort at 300, I think it was 300, 330. That was her top speed index, very impressive. And she ran very well for young rider Eduardo Diaz. That's a brother for Edgar Diaz. Lots of relationships here at Horseshoe Indy. I think I'd give this 3-year-old filly a long look, even though she is facing her elders. She just really, you know, Tim Eggleston has been just phenomenal this season. He's on top of the standings, and Eduardo is coming along very well himself. All right, how about number 5? And that Special Bad Habit has picked up plenty of checks for his breeder and owner, Bradley Lewis, as well as his trainer, Ron Raper. 2 allowance efforts with his top speed index earned recently. That was July 8th. That was a really good race, and he finished strong. Ron Raper, 47% in the money, sticks with jockey Francisco Quintero, who seems to mesh really well with this gelding. And I'll round out my top 4, my superfecta, with number 7, Jazzy's Encore, who ran second in the 30,000 Maiden Classic. That was a stakes race here on May 31st. And then this filly turned around and broke her maiden a few weeks later. Now, I like that. You know, when she stepped up, you know, after a pretty tough, she faced a tough field in that 30,000 stake, stepped up the next race for trainer German Rodriguez and won. So even though she is attempting to run in the allowance ranks today, she certainly has proven herself so far. Now, I'm not sure, German, you know, he rides a lot of his horses, but this afternoon he's going to give a leg up to his cousin Antonio Rodriguez, still very capable rider and a big part of their team. So I'm going to go 6-1-5-7, but you know, yesterday our 10-cent pentafecta paid $484. That's for the 10-cent wager. That's a good, return on your investment. I've said that all meet. So I like to throw in a long shot because that's going to spice up the payout. And I'm going to throw in number 4, DNA Political Fighter, 15-1. On the ticket, it's a gelding, a son of Eos Apolitical Win, trained by Natasha Perez, who's got some really good horses coming up on our all-quarter horse day, and her regular rider, Diego Bocanegra. Quite a tandem, those two. So I'll be back tomorrow, Saturday, remember, 10:45 a.m., all-quarter horse day. We got 9 races, including 4 championships. Can't wait. Have a good evening, everybody.
Stepping onto the track now for the 9th and final. Closing the card with this quarter horse dash over the 330 yards, a field of 8. No scratches, no rider changes. 8 HF Just Reno, 3 pounds over the program weight listed. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post. Main track muddy. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the last of the day. Grano Dioro uses a flipping halter. Same could be said for Jess and Riot. First couple in. Jazzy's Encore. She's a bolt of fire. Has the rail draw. Special Bad Habit coming up. Track here muddy, 2 back. HF Let It Go. Joins up at 26-1 odds and one more. Rolando Pena with HF Just Reno. Thursday post time here, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Muddy track for the last of the day. Here's HF Just Reno. Grano Dioro getting fidgety in the gate. All in. HF Let It Go just flipped in the gate. Late scratch on 2. HF Let It Go after flipping in the gate. By order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian there at the 330-yard start. Number 2, HF Let It Go, has now been ordered scratched. All wagers on 2, HF Let It Go refunds. There will be a 10-2 consolation double. 10-2, that consolation double. Those using 2, HF Let It Go in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in those multi-race wagers. They're backing the rest of them out of the starting gate. We'll be in a bit of a holding pattern here before the last of the day after the late scratch on 2. HF Let It Go flipped in the gate. So take two for the finale after that late scratch on 2. HF let it go. Back in Grano d'Oro. DNA Political Fighter back into the true center starting gate here. Jessa Riot. This mare uses a flipping halter. She's a bolt of fire. Late scratch on that 2. HF let it go after flipping in the true center starting gate. The 2 is a late scratch here. Jazzy's Encore. Special Bad Habit coming back up to reload under Francisco Quintero. Again, we stand by for one more. Roland Pina with HF Just Reno. Thursday post time again, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Here comes the last. Muddy track, they're in the gate. Off the Wednesday finale. She's a bolt of fire, stumbled. Fast start for DNA Political Fighter. Here comes a charge from Special Bad Habit with Jessa Riot on the outside. Jessa's Encore and HF Just Reno. It is Jessa Riot. Jessa Riot emerging for Edgar Diaz. Jessa Riot takes it out from DNA Political Fighter with Special Bad Habit with Jazzy's Encore, HF Just Reno. And the last two to pull up were Grano d'Oro and She's a Bolt of Fire in the finale. Six for the top two, and then the photographs for third, fourth, and stand by for the fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. The judges have posted number 5, Special Bad Habit, third. 7, Jazzy's Encore, fourth. And the 8, HF Just Reno, fifth. 16.749 seconds. Muddy track, 16.749, 6-4, 5-7-8. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 6, Jessa Riot with Edgar Diaz. Jessa Riot is a 4-year-old bay mare by Jess Zuman. And a Mighty Victoria by Mighty Invictus. Claudia Barazza trains. Ted J. Harp holds. Indiana bred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Jessa Riot. First up in 2025, clock 16.749 seconds on a muddy, drying out track. 6'4", exacta 47.20. 50-cent trifecta, $57.25. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, capped off by HF Just Reno. 6'4", 578, $79.34. Final pick 3 on the card, $23.80. Those doubles, 10, 6, $16.80. 10-2 consolation double, $4.40. 2 HF Let It Go, flipped in the gate, was a late scratch on that number 2. HF Let It Go refunds. Jazzy's Encore back and forth. 10-cent superfecta, paid $30.46, 16.749 seconds to close out the card. That concludes today's live racing program. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card tomorrow. Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off the Wednesday finale. She's a bolt of fire, stumbled. Fast start for DNA Political Fighter. Here comes a charge from Special Bad Habit with Jessa Riot on the outside. Jessa's Encore and HF Just Reno. It is Jessa Riot. Jessa Riot emerging for Edgar Diaz. Jessa Riot takes it out from DNA Political Fighter with Special Bad Habit with Jazzy's Encore.